Man's walking and talking, live streaming, chat reading, and hoping to find our best view of Duckland. The ducks keep on floating, keep paddling and quacking, some squabbling, come waddling toward us LANDCasts.
All right, we are live. Brian, welcome. We're back inside today, and hopefully that means some better and more consistent audio quality today than we had yesterday. Although I guess we'll find out if the internet drops out. You guys know what the deal is. Anyway, welcome, guys. We already got a dislike tonight. That's not so great, but good to have you with us. Let me know if anything doesn't go as hoped for in terms of audio or anything like that. But good to see you guys. Kathy B, hello from northern Minnesota. Kathy, remind me where you are in northern Minnesota. I feel like you've stopped by before, but I'm trying to recall where exactly you're from up there. Yeah. Anyway, guys, good to see all of you. I keep saying that. And that pink pony is here. Hey, that pink pony. I've got a lot of stuff in the news today. I was just pulling up articles and there's a lot of random little things that are kind of interesting right now. Rob Schmieman. Hey, Rob. How's it going from Indiana? Well, we got a lot of cold states represented right now. We got Nebraska, we got Wisconsin, we've got Minnesota, we've got Indiana. One Lost Dude is here. Hey, One Lost Dude. Good to see you too. So, we've got a lot of stuff going on. Let me run through what we have. We got 9/11 stuff. The anniversary of 9/11 is coming up here in just a couple days. We've got Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez using the term menstruating person to describe women. We've got Google teaching people that listening to Ben Shapiro leads to genocide. We've got, I guess, more fallout from Fauci and the Wuhan labs stuff. And I guess the newly released documents and the grants and things like that kind of talk about what Anthony Fauci was approving for funding via the NIH. We've got Larry Elder in California supporting banning critical race theory in schools. We've got the new Taliban government in Afghanistan banning all protests that don't have its approval, including some pretty violent crackdowns on women there in Afghanistan, which is not great. We've got people protesting at Brett Kavanaugh's house. So I don't know. That's exciting. I don't know where Brett Kavanaugh lives in Washington, D.C., but he's going to have some protesters at his house for, I guess, the fact that the Supreme Court wouldn't put a stay on that Texas bill last week. We have, Taliban fighters using whips against Afghan women. That's great. Nothing shows inclusivity like whipping women, like Taliban are doing there in Afghanistan. We have protests in Vancouver, I guess backlash protests against anti-mask groups in Vancouver. We have, that's an editorial piece, Larry David verbally assaulting Alan Dershowitz in Martha's Vineyard. And I guess a lot of COVID-19 hospitalizations. We've got Tropical Storm Mindy making landfall in Florida, basically as we speak right now. So a lot of things going on. But curious what is on all of your minds tonight. Silver Dog High, Marvine High. Silver Dog's joining us from Dayton, Ohio. That Pink Pony thinks would be good news reporters on ABC News. Interesting. I don't know. I'll have to tell them that. Maybe they'll put me on the air. Actually, I have a friend from high school that did some of the production work for ABC News for a while, and she got really sick of it. So, my screen froze. I'm going to refresh so I can see what you guys are saying. Yeah, a lot of stuff out there. Jack is here. Hey, Jack. Good to see you too. And anybody else who is lurking. Good to see you guys. If you haven't dropped a like and a subscribe on the stream, I really appreciate that out of the gate here at Land Speculation on YouTube. We're back inside today, so I know people were having some issues with reception and things like that yesterday. Hopefully we won't have any of those today. Hopefully it'll be crisper and clearer. If the stream ever does go out, you guys know that by now, but if the stream ever goes out, just give it a few minutes. We will either relaunch or we'll start a new stream. But don't lose hope with us, because we will be back on if we ever do pop off. But give us a like, give us a subscribe. Check the description as always for links to our Ducks Discord, as well as our Duck Fund. Discord obviously is our 24/7 chat platform. The Duck Fund is our PayPal link. Obviously appreciate the engagement with those all across the board. Jack is asking, is this the Trans-Siberian Highway? Could be, although I don't know if it's that well maintained. Do I like walking more than driving? That Pink Pony is asking. That's an interesting question. If I have like a wide open rural road, driving is great because it's fast and easy. In traffic, I guess I would say I definitely prefer walking in that kind of environment. But walking can be not very fast sometimes, so that's not great. Okay, Rob is making reference to 9/11. 9/11 always runs through my mind about this time of September. I think we're going to start doing some 9/11 kind of memoriam stuff here in the next couple of days because, obviously we're here approaching the 20-year anniversary of 9/11. That on its own I think would be a really big thing. I want to try to sort of keep that, I want to sort of keep that apolitical in a sense. I just, 9/11 is such a significant event and resulted in the death of so many people. Like it's not fair to that event to make a bunch of political statements about it. But, we do have either the end of our U.S. engagement in Afghanistan, and we've got some feedback from people who I think are pretty upset at the administration right now. About the U.S. pullout there in Afghanistan. So those are some things we want to get into too. But definitely want to do some 9/11 memoriam. I asked people to maybe reach out and if they have any memories of 9/11 and kind of what you were doing and all that kind of stuff. I want to get into that at the end of this week. So maybe that's something we can set up on the Discord. I think I mentioned that last night, but I would like to do that. So maybe we'll set up something here after the stream tonight where people can kind of share where they were and how 9/11 has affected them, because I'm always curious about that. That Pink Pony says, I always wonder why they name hurricanes real people names, as opposed to just giving them numbers. I think it's so it's easier for people to remember. It also seems a little scarier if they're personified. But this particular hurricane, Mindy, I don't know about that name. So it's a little weird to me when they have like names that sound like they could be TV characters. Marvin says, basically, so first, some random black girl said I was white, even though my avatar is based on a popular YouTuber who isn't even that problematic. It's all because I don't support Black Lives Matter and I'm not even white. Well, I would say generally our philosophy on that kind of thing has been, people are free to disagree on content, but it really doesn't help the discourse at all for people to be making insinuations about each other personally. So, I don't know. Well, we'll try to not make any such insinuations, Marvin. Jack is pointing out this story about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez today, calling women menstruating people. Yeah, so that was a big story. We can kind of get into that. I don't know. I don't know if I would maybe classify it as a big story, but it was a story today. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez mocked for using the term menstruating person to describe women. She appeared on CNN's Anderson Cooper 360 to discuss Texas Governor Greg Abbott's statements on the Texas Heartbeat Act. Her quote goes as such, none of this is about supporting life. What this is about is controlling women's bodies and controlling people who are not cisgender men. This is about making sure that someone like me as a woman or any menstruating person in this country cannot make decisions over their own body. So then this article highlights a bunch of people that made fun of her for that comment. So that did happen, at any rate. Rob says about 9/11, it's a sad day. It was a sad day. Every year I still have a tear or two slide down my cheek about 9/11. I mean, if for people who didn't live through 9/11, just the sheer level of like every conceivable emotion that went through the mind of probably every American on 9/11 is just, it was crazy. I mean, that was such an impact. There's been nothing like that, I mean, since. And in some ways, I mean, obviously it was a hugely tragic day. It was hugely scary. It was hugely sad. It was hugely angering. It was shocking. It was sort of all of those emotions and then some. But it also inspired, a lot of sort of collective action by the country. And that period after 9/11, I think, is one that's kind of hard to explain without going through it a little bit, one piece by one piece. So we'll do that on Friday. Let's see. Anybody else? Anything else people are breaking up here at the beginning? Okay, Inspector Void. Hey, Inspector Void. In Z3 and Holly. Holly, there was some Route 6 in there in Northwest Ohio. There was definitely some Route 6 in there around Bowling Green. So good eye there. Z3 thinks Greg Abbott could be in trouble in the next election. That's an interesting take, Z3. What do you... Give me some more feedback on that. I mean, I think the general vibe I've gotten from around the country is that, that bill seems like kind of... It's definitely pushed the limits on, what the public is looking for in terms of policy on that issue. How do you outsmart Bugs Bunny? I never watched a lot of Bugs Bunny. I don't know that Pink Pony. I was never like a big cartoon person of the Bugs Bunny. I guess I never really watched Mickey Mouse type stuff. I never really watched Bugs Bunny. Donald Duck, Daffy Duck. I don't know. Just never really watched any of that stuff. They always used to play that stuff when I would like... Every time I would be sick when I was a little kid, I would end up getting sent to this like sort of daycare thing at a local hospital, and they would always play like those kinds of cartoons all day long, and it would bore me out of my mind trying to watch that kind of stuff. I just wanted to put on like the news or something. Okay. Let's see. If I had $150,000 to buy any car, what car would I buy? That's an interesting question. I will say, I don't know if I'd spend a whole $150,000. I also don't know what you can get for $150,000. I mean, I don't think you can get a Bentley for $150,000. I also don't know what I would do with a Bentley. I would say like some brands, some sort of higher end car brands that I really respect would be Audi, Jaguar, Acura. That's probably the vicinity of where I would look if I were going to be spending in that like 60 to 80 range. I don't know what you can get for 150 that you can't get for 60 to 80 at this point. It's been a long time since I've really looked into car prices. Okay. Inspector Boyd would be up by a Ram TRX. Yeah, I guess you could buy several cars with $150,000. If you went for cheaper cars, you could buy a lot of them. You also got to put some of that money away for gas and repairs. Maybe buying crypto. I have not invested in crypto to this point. Robert E. Lee statue in Richmond was removed. So that I thought had already happened. I feel like every few weeks I read another story about that Robert E. Lee statue in Richmond, which was it's a super iconic statue there in Richmond. And obviously was for a long time, but I guess that's now been removed. I thought that had been removed like a year ago. I thought that had been taken down. I do think with the statues, what Ohio did, what the state of Ohio did around the Christopher Columbus statues here in the city of Columbus was very smart, which is that they kind of didn't make a lot of rash decisions right in the midst of, angry mobs in the streets last year. There are a bunch of Christopher Columbus statues here in Ohio, and they took down the ones that were run by the city For the ones that were run by the state of Ohio, basically what they did is they set up a commission to basically kind of hit the pause button for 5 years, and then in 5 years they would come back and revisit the situation, basically under the hope that in 5 years, whatever sort of political fervor over statue removals would have died down, and that would give them ample time to kind of make a sober decision about which statues should stay and which statues should go, if any. Now, I don't really believe that any statues of Christopher Columbus need to be torn down, but I guess there are those who think they should, and I think there's potentially a greater argument with Confederate statues there. But that's certainly a big story in Richmond. That's a centerpiece of the city of Richmond. So it's an interesting story, Flex. Pat Riley, 666,000 people in the U.S. have died from COVID so far and counting, about 1,500 people a day currently. Compare those numbers to 9/11. I think it's undercovered because COVID deaths are the elderly, says Pat. Well, it's there are a lot of, it's hard to compare COVID-19 and 9/11. It's hard to compare the 1918 pandemic killed 45 million people, which is substantially more than any of the world wars. And yet the world wars were tremendously significant events as well. And, certainly in school, I didn't get taught a lot about the 1918 pandemic when I was in school, and I got taught a lot about the world wars. So I think it's kind of hard to compare those two things, but it's a fair point, Pat, that COVID-19 is a big news story as well. Inspector Voigt, Land, have you missed me? I miss everybody. That when you guys don't show up on the stream here, it makes me very sad. So please show up here every night. It makes me much happier when you do. Brian, I'm sure it's coming, but so far this year has been my first year seeing 9/11 material that I haven't teared up. Usually once I see the people jumping to their death, it's over for me. I have felt like a lot of recent years, the 9/11 anniversary has kind of come and gone without maybe the requisite fanfare. And this year it seems to be getting a little more attention. Maybe it's because of Afghanistan. Maybe it's because it's the big round number, the 20-year milestone. It's a big moment, and I think it certainly deserves some sober consideration here. Parker Russell is here. Texas Butterfly is here. Anybody else who is joining us just now? Good to have you guys here. Like I said, we're back inside tonight. Apologies if anybody experienced bad reception last night on our stream. Certainly did not mean to make a stream that was hard for people to listen to, if that was the case on your end. But I always appreciate the feedback on that kind of thing. So, good to have you guys here. If anybody hasn't dropped a like and a subscribe there on the chat or on the stream today, the likes obviously much appreciated. The subscribes help you guys know when we're on. In the description, we have links to the Ducks Discord, the Duck Fund. You guys know all those things, but certainly happy to have you guys with us. Brian is pointing out the survival rate of COVID-19, which is much, much higher than even past pandemics. I was just reading, speaking of survival rates, of the story of there were 2 individuals apparently that basically survived falling in the towers. It was these are some of the craziest stories I have read about 9/11. There was, I guess there's 20 people who lived through the Twin Tower collapses. But this is just, there's some remarkable stories about 9/11. This guy who basically sort of rode down the tower when it fell. It's unbelievable to me. And the amount of survivor guilt some of those people feel. But anyway, there was this story of this guy who I guess was in the elevator. He said the elevator started to move and we started to go up. Then all of a sudden the lights flickered. The elevator shook. It felt like it dropped maybe, a foot or so. And we just looked at each other like, what just happened? Basically 29 floors above, one of the planes had ripped into the buildings. And then I guess he was stuck in the elevator and he fell from like the 29th floor, just kind of riding the elevator down on a concrete slab, and somehow the falling debris on top of him didn't kill him. And it was basically just like sort of riding like a one of those amusement park rides that drops you, and he just sort of rode it down and was able to basically just step off the elevator and survived. And it's like, that's unbelievable. It's the craziest story I've ever read, about someone that could survive the falling Twin Towers. They're just some crazy, crazy, crazy stories about 9/11. Ryan says the one who survived the stairwell that was completely collapsed around her while she was 50 feet up with rubble around her and 2 steps standing, one of them being the one she was on. Yeah, there are a couple stories of people that fell. It's just crazy. It's fate is fickle, Z3. Well, we'll share some other stories on Friday about COVID-19. But like I said, if anybody has any of their own stories about COVID-19, I want to hear them, and I want to be able to share them here on the stream. So we're going to set something up in the Discord. I would love to get people's 9/11 experiences. Sind, hi Sind. Jack says, I will never understand why they told the people in the South Tower to remain in the building in the first few minutes after the North Tower was hit. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, in hindsight, that seems like a pretty stupid thing. There seems to be this sort of obsessive desire for people to limit panic in situations like that. And, in that case, it looks pretty silly after the fact. Would you rather be a gold Lamborghini but with lots of crack, or be an iPod that everyone forgot about? I guess in general I'd rather be a Lamborghini than an iPod. Like a Lamborghini, you'd get to go on some pretty cool rides. I think if you were an iPod, just to have people like touching on you all day, you're out of date anyway. I'd probably rather be the car. Kathy B. wants the horse from the Robert E. Lee statue for her yard. Well, there are a whole bunch of equestrian statues. That's something I always wonder about when they take down these statues of, whether it's a Confederate leader or really anybody. I mean, there are a bunch of statues that were taken down that weren't even Confederate leaders over the course of the last year. I feel very badly for the sculptor that created, in many cases, these really, really, really beautiful representations of equestrian figures. I had a chance years ago to spend some time with an equestrian artist in New Mexico. And that was like a really, really, really fascinating experience, kind of getting to see how she approached her job. And I don't know, I just like the idea that like you would have created some sort of masterwork that maybe represented your entire career of sculpting that people would then so callously and carelessly tear down. I don't know. I always felt a little bit for the people that made those statues. Jeanette, 9/11 experience. It's not COVID experience. It's 9/11 experiences. I think if I misspoke there, my apologies. But 9/11 experiences is what we're looking for on the Discord. Marvin says, I heard about this firefighter who had to pull his own son out of the rubble. We won't scratch the surface of 9/11 stories of the people that actually, went through that in the moment there in New York City. And I can't imagine. Well, we all have our experiences, but, not many of us were in New York City at the time. There was a story today about the sister of an American Airlines pilot killed after his plane was hijacked by terrorists that slammed into the Pentagon, who was, I guess they went on TV today to talk about how pissed off they were about the way that they felt that, Joe Biden's response in Afghanistan was a betrayal of the way that George W. Bush had talked about America's commitment after 9/11. And they were pulling back out some of the George W. Bush quotes from after 9/11. Specifically, these quotes, either you're with us or you are with the terrorists. From this day forward, any nation that continues to harbor or support terrorism will be regarded by the United States as a hostile regime. There's no negotiations and there's no calendar. We act on our time. this person, what's the person's name? Berlin Game, I guess is the person's name. Just listening to that fills me with rage because I can't imagine what the sound bites 20 years from now will be from President Biden. Basically, they're contrasting, the commitment that George W. Bush had made at the time to rooting out terrorism versus the way that they feel that the Biden administration has, really not followed through on some of those commitments by negotiating with terrorist regimes, setting arbitrary timelines and deadlines, basically letting stand a regime that, we know does and will continue to harbor terrorists that aspire to do great ill to the United States and Afghanistan, etc. So, Pat Riley says, while statistically terrorism is almost last on the dangers that Americans face, 9/11 made everyone obsessed with terrorism and discount other ways Americans die. Well, that is a recurring theme in America, Pat, that we get obsessed with things for which there is statistically very little reason to really be worried about. Now, the destruction of the World Trade Center in New York City was a pretty monumental thing. But, we've experienced now an entire year of, mass national hysteria over what is literally 9 police shootings per year of unarmed black individuals in our country. Like, the hysteria over things that statistically are not very significant is a kind of pervasive and recurring feature of our, national outrage all the time. If we went down the list of things that proportionally, statistically, empirically people should be worried about on a day-to-day basis, we would have a very, very, very different set of national priorities than we do. And that probably goes for terrorism as well. Jeanette, hi back to your husband. So hopefully he's watching. Anyway, good to see you and your husband if he is still with us. Jack says, one man claimed he was pursued by security after leaving the South Tower because he was told to remain. Then it got hit by a plane a few seconds later. Okay, we're sort of mixing and matching topics here a little bit, but Z3 is bringing up the statue. I guess the Robert E. Lee statue. The statue is about the history of our nation. Civil War happened. Get over it. Can you believe? Take down a general and build George a park. Would you rather lose $50 every Saturday morning or forget one memory every Monday morning? Well, I'm sure I forget more than one memory every Monday morning. Losing $50 a week. Let's see. What is that per year? You basically lose $1,000 every 20 weeks. So in the course of a year, you could lose about $2,500, that pink pony. That's fairly substantial to lose $2,500. I wouldn't want to lose $2,500. So, but I probably already do lose memories. So I guess I'll take the lost memories. It depends which memories, how significant they are. Usually the memories that stick with you the most are the ones that sort of relate most deeply to your childhood. I've had the unfortunate experience of, having to have very close interactions with people who, went through the painful scourge of Alzheimer's and dementia, and seeing their sort of really, sad situation of their minds deteriorating over time. And it is pretty remarkable, after a time when the memories that they have the most are, these sort of very, very, very old, distant memories that they can recall with a tremendous clarity, even though they can't remember some very basic things about the present day. Let's see. Quiet says, what are the chances of another 9/11 type event happening in our country soon? With open borders and the thousands of people coming to our country that aren't being vetted, it's scary. I don't know. I mean, I know there's been a lot of stories about, large numbers of people from Afghanistan coming in and being granted kind of asylum here. I guess the government would say they've been vetted. We also have people coming in across various of our borders. The southern border gets a lot of attention in mass numbers. I don't know quite. I don't know what the chances are. I hope we have the security apparatus in place in our country to prevent another 9/11 from happening. Marvin says, my COVID experience is that I've been living this BS life for nearly 2 years. Make it stop. I just imagine Joe Biden announcing the great defeat of COVID and the American people rejoicing. Hopefully that moment will be next year. There was an exchange today, I guess Anthony Fauci versus Jim Jordan, in terms of how people are responding to the mass crowds at college football games, which started back in earnest this past weekend. It was kind of interesting. Anthony Fauci was expressing sort of outrage and concern about the crowds gathered at college football games, whereas Jim Jordan, a lot of the other politicians were sort of rejoicing over the fact that Americans are getting back to regular life. I guess it depends on your perspective and sort of where you feel like we are with COVID. There was a piece today that child COVID-19 hospitalizations have reached a new high. I think there has been a spike a bit as schools have opened. Just as doctors feared, more children are getting hit hard by COVID-19 as the Delta variant tramples across the country, and the school year just started. What we're seeing now is extremely concerning, said Edith Brancho Sanchez, Associate Professor of Pediatrics at Columbia University Irving Medical Center. The virus is really going for people who are not vaccinated, and among those people are children who don't qualify for the vaccine and children and teens who qualify but are choosing not to get it. Among the latest sobering statistics, a record high 2,396 children were hospitalized with COVID-19 as of Tuesday, according to data from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. An average of 369 pediatric COVID-19 patients were admitted to hospitals every day during the week ending September 6th. More than 55,000 children have been hospitalized with COVID-19 since August 2020. Many of those children had no known pre-existing conditions. While childhood COVID-19 deaths are still rare, that number is increasing. As of Wednesday, at least 520 children have died nationwide. Doctors say it is critical to protect children against the Delta variant, not just for the sake of their health, but to preserve in-person learning and help prevent more aggressive variants from setting the country back even further. So the Alpha variant has been replaced by the Delta variant as the dominant coronavirus strain in the U.S. Now child cases have increased exponentially with over 750,000 cases added between August 5th and September 2nd. 252,000 cases were added just the past week, the largest number of child cases in a week since the pandemic began. Children now make up more than 26% of new COVID-19 cases. More pediatric cases has led to more kids hospitalized with COVID-19. We've seen a significant surge in cases roughly for the last 4 weeks, roughly corresponding to the time when school got back in. We're seeing about 3 times the number of hospitalizations that we saw during our peak during the winter. About half of children hospitalized with COVID-19 had no underlying conditions. They've seen previously most kids who had gotten sick with it had some kind of comorbidity. That's not the case because the Delta variant is stronger. We're seeing kids who may not necessarily have comorbid conditions also end up in the hospital. In some cases, children who start with mild or no symptoms from COVID-19 end up hospitalized weeks or months later with a condition called MIS-C, multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children. It's a rare but serious condition associated with COVID-19 in which different body parts become inflamed, including the heart, lungs, kidneys, brain, skin, eyes, or gastrointestinal organs. It happens when the virus induces your body to make an immune response against your own blood vessels, which can cause inflammation of the blood vessels. So there are a bunch of cases, a bunch of deaths. Usually children are picked up incidentally as having COVID-19. Someone in the family was infected, a friend was infected, so they got a PCR test, and they're found to be positive, then they're fine. Then a month goes by and they develop a high fever and evidence of lung, liver, kidney, or heart damage. That's when they come to our hospital. The best steps parents can take include getting vaccinated and vaccinating children ages 12 and older. Well, I don't know. That's just what's being reported. Jeanette is questioning the accuracy of what's in it. Okay. At the same time, though, we've got, I guess, some, newly released U.S. government documents show that Dr. Anthony Fauci's National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases provided funding for the gain-of-function research conducted at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, WIV, that created novel coronaviruses with the ability to infect humans. And one previously undisclosed SARS-related coronavirus engineered at the Wuhan lab was reportedly demonstrated to be more pathogenic to humans than the virus from which it was originally constructed. 900 pages of documents obtained by The Intercept through a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit prove that Fauci's NIAID provided funding to EcoHealth Alliance, which in turn funded the controversial gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab that created the coronaviruses that could infect humans. Viruses at the Wuhan lab were constructed to be they were constructed so that they could be tested for their ability to infect mice that were engineered to display human-type receptors on their cell. Those viruses included both SARS and MERS-related coronaviruses. Basically, the lab was enhancing the pathogenicity of one of the novel SARS-related coronaviruses. And I guess when tested, it was proven to be more pathogenic. The materials show that the 2014 and 2019 NIH grants to EcoHealth with subcontracts to WIV-funded gain-of-function research as defined in federal policies in effect 2014 to 2017 and potential pandemic pathogen enhancement as defined in federal policies in effect in 2017 to present. The materials confirm the grants supported the construction in Wuhan of novel chimeric SARS-related coronaviruses that compiled a spike gene from one coronavirus with genetic information from another coronavirus, and confirmed the resulting viruses could infect human cells. The materials revealed that the resulting novel laboratory-generated SARS-related coronaviruses could infect mice engineered to display human receptors on cells. The materials further reveal for the first time that one of the resulting novel laboratory-generated SARS-related coronaviruses, one not been previously disclosed publicly, was more pathogenic to humanized mice than the starting virus from which it was constructed, and thus not only was reasonably anticipated to exhibit enhanced pathogenicity, but indeed was demonstrated to exhibit enhanced pathogenicity. The materials further reveal that the grants also supported the construction in Wuhan of novel chimeric MERS-related coronaviruses that combine spike genes from one MERS-related coronavirus with genetic information from another MERS-related coronavirus. The documents make it clear that assertions by the NIH Director Francis Collins and NIAID Director Anthony Fauci that the NIH did not support gain-of-function research or potential pandemic pathogen enhancement at WIV are untruthful. That's a mouthful. That's a lot of big words. Anyway, the point there is there's grant documents out there right now that suggest basically under the definitions that were in place at the time the grants were given, that the National Institute of Health and related organizations were in fact funding EcoHealth Alliance, and then through EcoHealth Alliance research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology in ways that facilitated research on coronaviruses that enhanced the pathogenicity of those viruses, and thus would qualify, I guess, as gain-of-function funding. So we didn't have a chance to actually read the story on that yesterday, but that was a lot of big words. Anyway, so lots of COVID-19 stuff. Arvine says all I hear is blah 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 blah. That's a challenge reading those kinds of stories. David Miller, hey David Miller, welcome. Let's see. Let's see here. Texas Butterfly, I question it all. What do you mean by it all? Holly is David Putty. I never understood what Elaine saw in David Putty. Gross guy. Jeanette is pointing out a study from the CDC numbers. 94.9% of those hospitalized had at least one underlying health condition. I assume that relates to the overall population and ties back to like the sort of entire lifespan of COVID-19. I guess the point right now is that as these strains get more virulent with the subsequent strains of the virus, Alpha, Delta, and then these new strains that are just coming out of the scene, that these are a little bit more virulent and I think are inducing more hospitalizations even without comorbidities, especially in children. You guys can do your own research. Okay, Pat Riley, back to September 11th. September 11th to me was strange since the Twin Towers had previously been bombed by the blind sheik. The suicide plane strategy was not on American security analysis radar at the time. Yeah, well, you'd had the World Trade Center bombing attempt in 1993, and then you had, of course, the Oklahoma City bombing attempt, both of which were, designed to basically be truck bombs. And, in response to those, you had seen a massive uptick in the number of those giant planter boxes that double as security barriers in Washington, D.C. You saw a lot of bollards put in all around the country at major federal buildings and sort of big, important buildings generally. But certainly the idea of hijacking planes and crashing them into buildings didn't seem to be on the national security radar at the time. Kind of wonder why would it be? It seems like a pretty crazy thing to try to do. But that was what they did. Okay. David Miller's pointing out that comorbidities also would apply to deaths from smoking. That most people have some, what percentage of people generally have something that would be defined as a comorbidity if they were to die of anything? I don't know the answer to that. But certainly I would think the more things you have going on with your health, the more likely you are to die from pretty much any threat. Kathy. Okay, hi, Kathy, thanks for stopping by. I hope your horses and your ducks are doing well. That Pink Pony says, I hate seeing children crying because it breaks my heart and I feel like I can't do anything about it. You know what? I don't know. What makes you sadder, when you see children crying or when you see those sad animals on those Sarah McLachlan commercials where they show you those sad puppy dog eyes and then they play those like really, really, really sappy, sad songs by Sarah McLachlan and try to guilt you into sending money to the animal charities? I guess we should probably care more about the sad children than the sad animals, but those animal ones, I always have to mute the TV whenever I see those. Those are tough. Birthday Cowboy and JT Thompson. Good to see you guys. There is a Delta Plus. That sounds like if you're a frequent flyer, but you're not quite enough of a frequent flyer to get first class upgrades, that you would end up in the Delta Plus section of the plane. Should teachers be allowed to have smoke breaks while the students aren't there? You mean in the classroom? No, I don't want teachers smoking in the classroom at all. Okay. Quiet says, how about the dozens of shootings in Chicago the last few days, including 8 killed and a 4-year-old? We haven't done a run-through of Chicago shootings in a while, but they're always pretty depressing. Let's see if the Sun-Times has a recent rundown of shootings in Chicago. Chicago has already seen more murders. Chicago's already seen more murders and shootings this year than all of 2019. Violence up in most neighborhoods targeted by the city. Labor Day weekend shootings punctuated the end of a violent summer in a violent year. It was supposed to be a joyous day in East Garfield Park, a back-to-school event for children who live in one of the deadliest neighborhoods in Chicago. Organizers handed out backpacks, popcorn, and cotton candy as kids jumped in bouncy houses and danced to local rappers on a Saturday afternoon. As things were winding down, a red car passed by, and the small gathering of families was sprayed by bullets. Kids and parents tripped over each other as they ran for cover. An 11-year-old boy, his 14-year-old stepsister, and one of the rappers were hit. They just started shooting, and there was a whole bunch of bullets, said the 14-year-old Ayona Fleming Peterson. I knew I got hit in the ankle, and my first thing, I panicked. I was looking around for my brother, and then I noticed I was hit in my leg, too. Lamar Peterson said his children are recovering, but that hasn't dimmed his anger. They are all traumatized, he said. We were just there to spread some love to the community. The attack was part of Labor Day weekend violence that punctuated the end of summer in a year that has already seen more shootings than all of 2019. At least 67 people were shot over the Labor Day weekend, including 8 children. One of them, a 4-year-old boy named Michael Moultrie Jr., was killed when bullets smashed through a window and hit him in the head as he was getting his hair braided. There have been more than 3,100 shooting victims this year, according to the city's most recent data. That's up 9% from the 2,849 shooting victims this time last year, and 69% above the 1,838 victims this time in 2019. There were 535 homicides in Chicago through September 6th, almost 2% above the 525 homicides this time last year, and 53% above the 350 homicides over the same period in 2019. The worst recent year for gun violence in Chicago was 2016, when there were more than 4,300 shooting victims and more than 762 murders, the highest death toll since the mid-1990s. This year has been particularly deadly for children 15 and younger. Children have been dying at a rate of dying from gun violence at a rate 3 times higher than last year. The pace continued through the summer. According to the Chicago Sun-Times, at least 16 children 15 and younger, 11 boys and 5 girls, have been shot and killed. City efforts to reduce gun violence in the deadliest Chicago neighborhoods have fallen short. Only 5 of the 15 targeted communities on the west and south sides have seen fewer homicides than this time last year, and only 3 have had fewer shootings. Over the holiday weekend, Mayor Lori Lightfoot promised a new initiative against gang violence, but did not disclose any details. She promised there should be no gang member in Chicago who has a comfortable night's sleep. Sounds like, based on these numbers, pretty much nobody in Chicago generally is having a comfortable night's sleep. Man, I went from kids jumping with popcorn and moms taking pictures of their kids to fully automatic weapons being fired. The kids ran and they tripped over each other, and the parents were crawling over the kids. Everyone was just running and screaming. I was passing out popcorn and cotton candy, and we started to clean up, and I sat down in the go-kart. I got to the car. Daddy, I got shot. Daddy, I got shot. Hopped into the car. Both my brothers got in the car, and we just rushed to the hospital. Both children were treated. I guess there was a live rapper there who was also shot. Was taken to Mount Sinai Hospital in good condition. Anyway, bad times in the city of Chicago. Hey, Surf, how's it going? David Miller says, America is super saturated with guns all over the place. I think that has something to do with the amount of gun violence, just one factor. Surf replies, let's take away everyone's guns while we're removing all other means of freedom. Full communism coming, folks. The propaganda is penetrating well. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Brian says they will have a new strain of COVID called the Mo or Mu strain now. COVID strains will never end. I mean, until we get to, close to 100% vaccination, you're going to keep having bad COVID strains. So, quite frankly, from a policy standpoint, either the choices are pass something that mandates people get vaccinated, or we're going to have to find a way to live with COVID-19. We basically reached a plateau where the number of people who are willing to get vaccinated has pretty much plateaued. And until the rest of the country gets vaccinated, COVID strains are going to keep spreading. And all these stories about, new surges are going to keep recurring. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to be a policymaker right now, trying to have to sort through those, the range of options. Yeah, Holly, I know you're serious about Delta Plus, and we're on to even more variants of COVID-19 that are even deeper in the alphabet. And they're going to keep getting. I think these variants are going to keep getting more. I mean, they seem to be getting progressively more deadly as they go. That Pink Pony says, Land, there was always the one guy who chewed with his mouth open while eating like chips in class. Are you guys allowed to eat chips in class, That Pink Pony? I was never allowed to eat chips in class. We were never allowed to have food in the classroom, period. But I don't know. Yeah, I've never, like, even in the workplace, people eating at their desks. I always have to like go take a break and get away from the office whenever people eat at their desks in the office. I'm just like, I can't multitask. I can't sort of listen or smell someone eating at the same time I'm trying to get work done. I've got to keep food and work in different worlds. Let's see. Do these viruses come from the wet markets? No, it's certainly not where they come from. I mean, any sort of mass gathering like that, Holly, is a potential place where they can spread. There are some things going on in the just because of the rapid pace with which China has economically developed and urbanized. China has become very dense, urban, and wealthy at the same time that, they have sort of inherited the social infrastructure of a country that was not super well developed not all that long ago. Part of the reason that China has wet markets is that so many people in China live in very small apartments, and those very small apartments very rarely have the kind of sophisticated kitchen appliances that we have that allow us to basically store food for weeks at a time. So grocery shopping in China is done to a much greater extent than it is here at sort of daily markets, the kind of wet markets where you could buy, both dead or live animals, and other just sort of day-to-day goods that you could go then cook on the stove. But people gather there in mass numbers on a daily basis, especially in big cities like Wuhan, and the fact that they do is a big part of the reason why, coronaviruses and any kind of transmissible disease are able to spread so rapidly within Chinese cities. So it's not that it came from the wet market, but certainly wet markets in China are a place where people gather in mass numbers and could certainly catch things. Okay. Jack's asking how many gun murders were done with legally owned and registered firearms. I don't know the answer to that. Certainly in Chicago's case, the fact that you can legally purchase guns in Indiana and then transport them back across state lines is a big source of, where the firearms that contribute to Chicago's gun violence come from. I would be curious to see what would happen to Chicago's Chicago's violence situation if, for instance, guns were outlawed in the state of Indiana. I don't know. David Miller says, as a person who enjoys shooting recreationally, I cannot understand why people would be hesitant to having tighter regulations for gun sales and ownership. Texas Butterfly says, guns do not kill people, people do. Gun regulations and sales are already overly burdensome, says One Lost Dude. Zulu says this is some solid epidemiology right now. I will certainly caveat anything that I read. I am not an epidemiologist. Of all the professions that I might be, that is not one that I am. And thus I cannot, in real time, vet the accuracy of every statistic and every story that we read. Says Chicago bad guys go to the next state to buy guns. Lance says, come on, nearly all those weapons are illicit that are used in the inner cities. Was the G says, I thought the first COVID origin story was that it came from live bats in the wet market and spread to humans. There were like numerous mutations. That story spread like in the way that people playing telephone, spread things, and that like it turned into a story about bats that tended to congregate at the wet market because there were a lot of people there. That sort of somehow mutated into, like, those weren't bats being sold. Those were just bats that tended to congregate at the wet market because there was a congregation of people there. That mutated into somehow the people were buying bats or eating bats, or like the story was like a game of telephone, and none of it really, I don't think any of that was really made a whole lot of sense. Breaking news, Dak Prescott will leave the Cowboys for the Eagles for a $90 million deal and 7-year contract. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I don't think any NFL team would be doing a big contract like that this close to the start of the regular season. But that would be pretty significant if it happened.
Dak Prescott?
Mrs. Land, what do you think about Dak Prescott?
It's okay.
Mrs. Land and I drafted fantasy football teams yesterday. Mrs. Land, believe it or not, this is like how cool is it to be married to Mrs. Land? Mrs. Land convinced me we should be playing fantasy football this year. So we drafted fantasy football teams yesterday, and I messed up, so we had to draft 2 separate fantasy football teams at the exact same time. So before we came on streaming yesterday, Mrs. Land and I sat next to each other and drafted our fantasy football teams in real time. And we got our draft report cards sent back to us from NFL.com. NFL.com graded out the players that we drafted for our fantasy football teams. For the team that Land drafted, NFL.com gave me a B+. Which is very, I don't know, it's actually better than they usually do, but it's still kind of disappointing because I was always taught that only A- were acceptable.
Is that where you were taught? I was taught only A+ were acceptable.
That's why Mrs. Land always got better grades than me. But Mrs. Land drafted a fantasy football team, and I would say Mrs. Land's football knowledge is good.
Okay.
But I wouldn't, you wouldn't classify yourself as like an NFL expert, would you?
No, not by any.
Okay, NFL.com gave Mrs. Land's fantasy football team that she drafted, kind of blindly, an A+. Mrs. Land got an A+ for her fantasy football team.
To be fair, we drafted them together.
So, the moral of this story is that Mrs. Land knows more about football than
true.
Land.
That's not true.
So we will see how we do. We'll keep you guys apprised, maybe. I don't know. If we do really crappy, we probably won't keep you apprised of how our fantasy football teams are doing.
Forget that we did fantasy football.
We'll forget we did fantasy football. Yeah, we didn't draft fantasy football teams. That Pink Pony says we need to bench Big Ben. His time is up. He's past his prime. Yeah, I had Big Ben as my quarterback a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't great.
Big Ben.
Somebody's asking about Larry Elder. Larry Elder is in the news. California has its recall election coming up here in a couple days. I guess the 14th of September. So as always, I'm curious for updates from the people who are in California. What your vibes are on the likely result of the effort to recall Gavin Newsom from the governor's seat there in California. Doesn't seem super likely that Gavin Newsom is going to get recalled, but Larry Elder, as I guess the sort of leading candidate to replace him if the recall goes forward, has been in the news. Larry Elder, the top Republican candidate running against California Governor Gavin Newsom in the state's recall, expressed support for banning critical race theory in schools. My preference is for local school boards to decide what their curriculum is, he says. But I think this is so bad and so insulting that I would look into some legislation like that. Parents should have an option where they can send their kids to a school that teaches this kind of nonsense and give them an option to put their kid in another school that doesn't teach that. That's my preference, he added. Elder, an African American, rejects the state's characterization of critical race theory, saying, I submit to you that systemic racism is not the problem and critical race theory and reparations are not the answer. Elder's comments come after a slim majority of Californians said they do not believe Newsom should be removed from office as governor, according to a Trafalgar Group's a right-leaning polling organization, but they found 44% only supported removing Gavin Newsom from office. So I'm curious for anybody who is in California, what you guys think is likely to happen there in the recall. Holly says Larry Elder got an egg thrown at him. Let's see. Larry Elder attacked by egg-throwing agitators in Los Angeles. Great. Republican California gubernatorial candidate Larry Elder had eggs thrown at him while walking in Los Angeles. He was walking through the Venice neighborhood with members of his campaign team when the attack happened. Videos of the incident show a first egg flying through the air and nearly hitting him. A member of Elder's team is then seen putting his arm around the candidate's back, saying, "We're getting egged from behind." Shortly after that, someone threw a second egg toward Elder and his team. It's unclear from the videos if Elder was hit by any eggs. A video posted to Twitter shows a woman in the gorilla mask. Oh, good. She's in a gorilla mask throwing eggs at Larry Elder. Multiple people also became physically aggressive toward Elder's team, including the woman in the gorilla mask, who appeared to slap a staffer in the face. One man could be heard calling Elder a piece of shit, and Elder was escorted into his vehicle. Elder, who would be the first black governor of California if elected, is widely considered the leading Republican challenger to Governor Gavin Newsom in this month's recall election. So, bad times in Chicago, bad times in California. David Miller says, like when the guy that never watches college basketball wins the bracket. Fantasy football takes a little bit of knowledge about football, but mostly it takes knowledge of, like, I don't know. In my limited experience playing fantasy football, it seems to be mostly kind of like just the same principles that will allow you to put together like a reasonably well-performing portfolio in the stock market can allow you to at least not be like terrible at fantasy football.
Some knowledge, some luck.
Some knowledge, some luck, some just sort of, proactive maintenance. But sometimes you make the wrong decisions. I've made some wrong decisions on fantasy football that then like really make me crazy.
So you did win your league.
Yes, I am a fantasy football champion. Bow down, everybody, to my fantasy football genius. I'm drinking raspberry-flavored fizzy water. Or as Bequeathius calls it, hippie water. It's pretty good, though. Gary, hey Gary, I did not hear about Hunter Biden at a DC airport today, but Brian's saying that it's fake news. Okay, so I didn't hear anything either way. But if it's fake news, I'm not going to look it up. Pat Riley says Justin Trudeau was also attacked in Canada while campaigning. He had pebbles thrown at him. That sounds painful. Quiet Castle says amazing how the left and the media isn't celebrating the fact that Elder could be the first African-American governor of California. Isn't that super duper important to them? I think if you follow enough politics, you generally start to realize that that kind of thing is not so much about actually celebrating, civil rights achievement, or any kind of sort of social justice achievement, but rather is merely a stand-in for people's politics. So, no, it certainly doesn't surprise me, but probably should. I guess I would say remember that the next time you see XYZ article celebrating the next person in the presidential cabinet that sort of spends 2/3 of the article talking about their race and their gender and their sexuality instead of about their achievements. David Miller disagrees, though, says people's well-being in general is more important to Dems than supporting a minority who does not care about people's well-being. Surf says, congrats, Land. It's not an easy achievement to win a fantasy football league. Yeah, well, I don't think it was easy. I mean, I didn't have to, play in the games. That would be a lot harder. I mean, the players did all the work. I guess I got to give them all the credit for achieving the things on the field. But, they worked hard for me, so I guess I appreciate that. And I had to, orchestrate an offense. Didn't have to drop any plays, though. I just had to, put people in the game. Pat Riley says Larry Elder should be judged on his views and character, as all candidates should. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that even needs to be stated, Pat Riley. But there's certainly been an abundance of candidates in recent memory, an abundance of cabinet nominations, an abundance of things, a bunch of people put in posts where it was explicitly stated as the primary qualification, primary rationale for their being there, something completely superficial, and I'm pretty sick of that, frankly. Quiet wishes fall would hurry up and get here. Why? I am not tired of summer. I am not eager for fall to get here. I certainly would rather have nice weather rather than crappy weather. And winter brings crappy weather. So the longer it can stay nice weather, the better. We should outlaw winter. That's something we can do. Okay, let's see. I pulled up a whole bunch of other things that I want to get to yet tonight. So we talked about Larry Elder and the eggs. Let's see. What was this one? So we talked a little bit about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and using the term menstruating person to describe women in the interview. Let's see. The tech giant Google is holding anti-racist trainings for its employees that claims a direct link exists between listening to Ben Shapiro and committing mass murder. The training also places former President Donald Trump on a list of ideas and people that lead to genocide, along with apolitical beliefs and phrases such as all lives matter. Shapiro, Trump, and the rest all contribute to the normalization of racism that eventually inspires mass shooters and leads to the genocide of entire peoples and groups, according to a slide of the training curriculum. No comment on that one. Okay, we talked about Larry Elder. Let's see what this one was. Oh, Taliban bans all protests that don't have its approval. The Taliban announced on Wednesday a ban on all protests, slogans, and demonstrations that do not have official approval of the caretaker government. The decree signals that the new all-male interim government is set to be repressive, despite pledging to be inclusive. The decree warns that people must get permission before any protests or face severe legal consequences. Let's see here. Meanwhile, Taliban fighters used whips and sticks against a group of women protesting in Kabul, following the announcement of a hardline male-only interim government. So women, I guess, were out protesting, holding up signs saying, "Long live the women of Afghanistan." Some held placards declaring, "No government can deny the presence of women, and I will sing freedom over and over." Others held placards with the image of a pregnant police officer who was killed in Gore province a few days ago. The Taliban said they were not involved in her death, but have subsequently launched an investigation. The Taliban fighters then beat a number of journalists covering the demonstration. This is just the latest case of female activists making a bold and public challenge to the Taliban's rule. Women in hijabs joined protests in Kabul on Tuesday, the largest since the militant group seized power last month. A small group of women demonstrators also took to the streets in the Afghan capital over the weekend to demand equal rights. One woman at Wednesday's protest said, "We have gathered here to protest the recent announcement of the government where there are no women representation within this government." She said, "Several of the protesters were hit with whips, and they tell us to go to our homes and recognize and accept the emirate. Why should we accept the emirate while no inclusion or rights have been given to us?" I find Afghanistan stuff is really serious stuff. I do find some of the they try to put up like they try to hold up like signs at these protests in Afghanistan that are translated into English so that U.S. media have a chance to see what's on the signs. But often they are not, native English speakers, so the translations are often a little bit lost. This woman is holding up a sign saying, "A cabinet without women is a loser, a loser." So, yeah, it seems like the Taliban are up to bad things there in Afghanistan. Oh, Jeanette was our guest a few weeks ago, and we really enjoyed having Jeanette on as our guest. Let's see. Where's the current tally on the number of bans? Yeah, I would definitely. I think it'd be fun to be like the czar of the earth, to be able to just sort of like demand bans on things, and then have somebody else have to figure out how to do it. I think banning winter would be fun. I just don't know. I don't know. We'd like create like a giant arm of the government to try to figure out how to ban winter. Paula Oppenheimer. Hi, Paula Oppenheimer. Welcome. How did Land manage to get such cool mods? Says David Miller. I mean, these folks are really good at this stuff. They are. Yes, they are. Yes, we very much appreciate the work of Quiet and Jeanette and Bequeathius and Moniker for all they do on behalf of our channel. They are fantastic mods, and I appreciate the efforts to try to keep the chat conversational and open to as many views as possible. Okay, we got a bunch of ducks here. Pat Riley says, "The antics of the Taliban make me laugh. I know it's wrong, but it just seems funny that this is happening. Kind of like a bad Middle East sitcom." Yeah, I mean, if it weren't so, weren't so horrific for the people that are actually going through it, sometimes it almost does read, kind of sitcom-like. That pink pony's giving us a glass of wine, a heart, a bow, and a duck. What would you do with those 4 things? That sounds like a really nice romantic evening, that pink pony. A bow, a duck, a heart, and a glass of wine. Yeah, that duck is like all prepared now to go wine and dine Mrs. Duck. Yeah, Gary, I did see that the Taliban There was for some reason there was a mural of George Floyd in downtown Kabul. I guess there was like a Western mural there in Afghanistan. The Taliban have now painted over. Okay, let's see what else we had pulled up. After anti-mask protesters recently put some Vancouver schools into lockdown, a judge granted an injunction barring demonstrators from holding disruptive protests near school campuses. This is in Vancouver, Washington. The Vancouver School District said the injunction prohibits any protests, rallies, or gatherings that disrupt educational services from convening on or within a 1-mile radius of any Vancouver School District building or grounds. The injunction will stay in effect as long as Washington state-issued mask mandates are in effect. Our district understands and supports free speech and the right for people to be involved in peaceful protests. I guess that's in response to Washington State mandating that all students and staff members wear masks or other appropriate facial coverings in schools and or on school buses. This state requirement was a legally binding decision by the governor and cannot be overturned by local districts. Okay. Meanwhile, Alan Dershowitz is a Harvard Law professor emeritus who recently was accosted in a Martha's Vineyard grocery store by comedian Larry David. Dershowitz lamented that he has been more than harassed. I guess Dershowitz had defended Donald Trump in his first impeachment trial. Dershowitz did not vote for Donald Trump. But Larry David Larry David, I guess the creator of Seinfeld, came up to Alan Dershowitz on the porch of the Chillmark store and started screaming at me. It is the Larry Davids of the world that may cost the Democrats the next 2 elections, said Dershowitz. People are sick and tired of cancel culture. They're sick and tired of Larry David and people like him, these people with totalitarian minds. I didn't say a word. He walked away screaming and yelling. His face turned red. I thought he was going to have a stroke, said Dershowitz. Okay. Would you demand a trade if you were stuck in the Hornets? No. I think it would be actually fairly pleasant to be on a team where I got to be the star, even if the team wasn't very good in the NBA. So no, I wouldn't, as long as I were getting paid enough. Okay, we talked about Chicago, everything going on in Chicago. Okay, President Biden is facing backlash after asking for resignations from multiple members of military academies' advisory boards who were appointed by former President Donald Trump. "I'm not resigning, but you should," said Kellyanne Conway, a member of the Board of Visitors to the U.S. Air Force Academy and a senior advisor to former President Donald Trump. Kanye was one of several people appointed by Trump to serve in an advisory board for the military academies, whom Biden asked to resign from their position, a move that has stoked fears that the current president was politicizing some of the nation's most prestigious schools. "It is tragic that this great institution is now being subjected to and hijacked by partisan action that serves no purpose and no greater good," said a West Point graduate who served as an advisor to Trump on military and family issues. "Make no mistake, the move to terminate duly appointed presidential appointees sets a dangerous precedent for future administrations and undermines our institutions." Conway took aim at Biden for breaking presidential norms, arguing Biden's move seemed petty and political, if not personal. Your decision is disappointing, but understandable given the need to distract from a news cycle that has you mired in multiple self-inflicted crises and plummeting poll numbers, including a rise in new COVID cases, a dismal jobs report, inflation, record amounts of drugs coming across the southern border, and, of course, the chaotic and deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan that has left hundreds of Americans and thousands of Afghan allies stranded under Taliban rule. Conway wasn't the only Trump appointee to refuse to resign amid Biden's demand, with former director of the Office of Management and Budget, Russ Vought, flatly saying no and arguing that appointees are selected to serve 3-year terms. Sean Spicer, who serves on the Board of Visitors to the Naval Academy, also blasted the move. Jen Psaki claimed it was because they weren't qualified. Anyway. That being funny, I remember when McDonald's used to give away free Drake toys. Like if you get a Happy Meal. I remember always enjoying the toys in Happy Meals. I haven't gotten one in many years, obviously. I guess as an adult you're allowed to get one. But it just, I would feel weird ordering a Happy Meal at McDonald's now. I also don't watch nearly as many kids' movies now, so I'm not sure I would understand the toys nearly as much. Of course, I didn't really watch kids' movies when I was a kid either, so I never really understood the pertinence of the toys, but at least they were kind of fun sometimes. Remember Wendy's used to have pretty good toys too, but I don't know if Wendy's still does toys as part of their kids' meals. Jeanette is not going to leave her farm. Why? Okay, Jack. Sounds like Jack already crashed. Anyway, Jack, it was good seeing you tonight. Z3 says, guys, I cannot stand Biden, but I got both shots because I have reason to think COVID would hit me hard. Let's see. See, COVID vaccine tracker here. Nationwide, around 62% of the country has had at least one dose. Around 53% of the country has had both doses. So we were at around 48% at the beginning of July. And in the last 2 months, that's only ticked up to 53%. People ages 65 to 74 are the most vaccinated portion of the population. About 84% of the population, ages 65 to 74, has had at least one dose, or has had both doses. As people get younger, it's really people under 18 that have not been fully vaccinated. People ages 18 to 24, 48%. People 25 to 39, 53%. And then after that, it's pretty much above 62%. So, I mean, I guess that would correlate with why so many more of the hospitalizations these days are among young people. Clearly these spikes would be substantially higher of hospitalizations if you didn't have such high vaccination rates among older people. Let's see. Idaho is the least vaccinated state in the country. So, I guess if you are looking to be around other unvaccinated people, Idaho is where you would want to go. Zulu says, my personal feelings about Joe Biden have not yet been a factor in any of my medical decisions. Pat Riley says Biden was totally against the vaccine when he's running for president because Trump was in charge of developing it. Look it up. Is breathing the main issue with COVID? Holly's asking. Kind of depends on... I mean, it certainly is an issue, I think, for most people who have had it, but I don't know if it's the major issue. Z3's on a second pacemaker, had spleen removed, which lowers immune system. Well, Z3, I hope you're doing all right. That Pink Pony says, change the McDonald's clown to a red bear. Yeah, Ronald McDonald's a little bit of a... He's always been kind of a creepy mascot for McDonald's. Okay. Flex Steam, are you telling me that Ronald McDonald isn't himself a real person? Let's see. Brian says, what to do, where to go, who to surround ourselves with. You have your land. That is a huge start to self-sustaining if needed. I got nothing, not even land. Yeah, hard to be totally self-sustaining when you live in like a small condo or apartment. Kind of dependent on the larger economy. I'm trying to scroll back through your comments, guys, to see what I have missed here. Z3 says, if I had been in Cuba as a prisoner, I would not be fond of America. Is that for lack of further American intervention? Z3 says, Joe Biden surrendered to animals who behead people in public and beat women daily. Let's see. Nobody owns land, well, except for Mrs. Land. I don't know if that's how marriage works anymore, Quiet. Maybe in like the Dark Ages, that was kind of more how marriage worked. I heard Grimace is supposed to be a giant taste bud. Yeah, not a big fan of Grimace. I don't know, last night we were talking favorite Sesame Street characters. I get the McDonald's characters sometimes confused with the Sesame Street characters. Holly says, I think Boo wants to date me. I don't know, we seem to have a fair number of people on the dating market anymore in our chats, and maybe we should set up like a land speculation speed dating. See how that goes for people. If anybody ever does meet and like finds their spouse on our streams, that's like, I guess, a bucket list item for us. That'd be, I guess, flattering or something in a way if somebody met here on our streams. That Pink Pony says, by land, I'm going to play Duck Duck Goose with my dolls. Barbie cheated on Ken as well. Yeah, that kind of doesn't surprise me that Barbie would cheat on Ken. Ken doesn't seem like that much of a catch. I think Barbie seems a little bit out of Ken's league. Is Barbie cheating on Ken with one of the ducks? Because I could certainly understand that. Playing Duck Duck Goose with your dolls might not go so well, because the dolls don't usually run and chase you. But, you know, do your thing. If things go down such that you are in survivalist mode, ownership won't be a thing to worry about. That's a good point, Zulu. I mean, ownership of land only matters so much as there is a legal mechanism there to enforce the ownership. And if society is at such a devolved point that you're having to basically provision all of your own resources and sustain yourself. Probably the society is not going to have a police force that is working well enough to be able to defend your land against any intruders. So you probably want to have the means to defend your land too. If society ever devolves to the point where, like, literally there's no food or any ability to do anything except what you can do on your own land, I think we're going to be screwed in all kinds of ways. And I guess I'm going to be taking my chances on that happening. Because I have not ordered one of those, like, emergency food kits. Although I did stock up on a hell of a large amount of canned goods and things like that at the beginning of COVID. In fact, we're still working our way through some of that food that we put together back at the very beginning of COVID-19, or a little bit before the country went on lockdown, because I wasn't sure what was going to happen. If, like, the supply chains were going to completely break and our grocery stores are going to be empty, or quite what we were going to see. Early COVID was kind of a weird time. A lot of cans of tuna, though. Could make a lot of cats very, very, very happy. Barbie's actually in love with a girl monster truck. I can see that. That makes sense, that pink pony. Funsley. Hey, Funsley and True Greenbeard. I think I didn't have a chance to greet you guys, but welcome. And Max Smith. Hey, Max Smith. Even barbed wire fences can be knocked down. That's why I recommend a moat. I know how to swim, so I could probably traverse a moat. There's no true freedom, says Z3, because you still need to be paying property taxes and things like that on your land. Yeah, it's because, the idea of being, like, completely self-sufficient kind of isn't really a thing. Everybody's dependent on something and on some level of public services, even if it's just to defend the sanctity of their land. Let's see. If you were to compare yourself to a celebrity, who would it be? Not really Brad Pitt. No, I don't think it would be Brad Pitt. Let me think. Compare myself to I gotta ask Mrs. Land that, actually. If I were a celebrity, who would I be most like? I'm actually curious to get Mrs. Land's answer on that. I don't usually know the celebrities as well as I know characters in individual movies and shows. I'm going to ask Mrs. Land that, Holly, and see what she says. Interesting question. Z3 sees massive inflation coming. Okay. We talked a little bit about inflation last night. I don't see it as an existential threat to the country right now. I think it has a lot to do with the supply chain shortages right now. I hope we get those resolved. Like, I was worried about that during COVID when the economy shrank so rapidly. How long it was going to take us to kind of build that back. And it seems like we're not there yet. If you go to the grocery store, I'm still seeing very long lines and a lot of product shortages. Lines seem to be just pervasive everywhere right now. And I hate lines. Like, I don't want to live in a world where this is like the Soviet Union, where you just have lines everywhere. People who lived through Jimmy Carter's America, when there were, like, gas lines around the block, product shortages, you could only pick up certain things at the grocery store on certain days of the week. We're seeing just a little taste of that right now, and I do not want to go any deeper into it. Nothing to do with printing so much money. That's a good point too, Jeanette. I think that's a big driver of inflation right now. And that'll probably linger for a little bit, but depends how long we keep spending at those kinds of levels. True Greenbeard has not noticed any shortages or lines where you are. Where are you, True Greenbeard? We all got to move to wherever True Greenbeard is. Almost 11 million job openings right now, says Quiet Castle. The thing about the job openings right now is they are mostly fairly low-earning jobs, though. Sort of an odd dynamic in the economy right now. One law student couldn't find a parking spot at the grocery store at 1 p.m. Brian's bringing up the truckers boycott in Australia. So, yeah, I mean, Australia's had some super intense lockdowns and restrictions on things in Australia. A group of truck drivers furious about public health restrictions amid the COVID-19 pandemic has vowed to protest by shutting down all major highways in Australia next week. Plans to protest vaccine mandates and other restrictions by blocking highways in and out of every Australian state on Tuesday, October 31st, were first detailed in a viral video featuring a man who identified himself as a truck driver on Monday. The man urged Australians to stock up on groceries and other supplies before the protest disrupts the supply chain. Several other truckers have since made their own videos pledging to take part in the effort to shut down the country. Well, that is a really terrible thing to do. I mean, I'm sorry, I commiserate with their frustration with COVID-19, but intentionally shutting down people's access to vital goods and services is a horrible way to express frustration over that. You know, and there will be people who will die because of that. Do you feel the Taliban will create an environment for economic growth in Afghanistan? I doubt it, Pat Riley. Would it be a compliment to say someone reminds you of a profoundly socially adept Rain Man? A profoundly socially adept... I mean, part of the shtick of Rain Man was that he wasn't socially adept. So you're just saying that someone has like the memory and mental capacity of Rain Man, but without the social ineptness. So it's just like saying the person's really, really smart. Seems like a roundabout way to deal with it. Holly, thanks for stopping by. Truckers can bring the U.S. to a stop. I mean, there are many professions that could theoretically bring the U.S. to a stop if they decided to sort of privilege their own personal self-interests over the obligation that they serve to the kind of economy at large. And, you know, we have never been particularly sympathetic to that before. In 1981, when the air traffic controllers tried to shut down air traffic across the country, you know, Ronald Reagan certainly had no tolerance for that and called their bluff almost immediately and got people back able to fly. Shutting down supply lines and access to major cities is about the most significant thing that someone can do to really shut down a society and destroy people's livelihoods very, very quickly. It will probably be effective to do that. It is a very, very, very cruel thing to subject on your fellow human beings. And I would encourage the Australian truckers to not do that. Okay. Should be much more upset with the Australian medical tyrants than with the truckers who oppose them. That's not an either-or thing, True Greenbeard. I mean, that's a ridiculous thing to posit as an either-or. You know, either you can let people have free access to their roads, or you can have a, like, functioning healthcare system. Like, I don't... That is not an either-or thing. The response to COVID restrictions being too severe is not that you deny people free travel throughout cities. Like, I don't buy that premise at all. What is the ratio of total national debt to yearly GDP? Do you feel will cripple our economy? Pat Riley, I've for years I've seen people try to, cite percentages that will be the threshold. It's really not about those percentages. It's, it's such a point in which the payments on the national debt comprise such a substantial portion of the federal budget that it cripples the ability of the federal government to pay for social services without impinging upon the ability for the private marketplace to grow the economy. And right now we're not, I don't think, at a particularly precarious moment in terms of, that number. But, the more we rack up debt, the more that sort of exponentially rises over the long term. And certainly we're looking at a tipping point 2050, 2060, 30, 40 years out, 20, 30 years out, in which, there will be some kind of Armageddon to pay. And I guess, the thing that we all should hope for is that we don't survive to be a part of that. So it's not really a percentage I can cite to you, Pat Riley, but we can talk more about the way the national debt and the payments of the national debt end up compounding as a, percentage of the federal budget down the road on a different stream. Keep interest rates near zero and national debt doesn't matter? No. What's the point in stocking shelves if people are locked down? Because people need to continue to eat and buy things. Boy, guys, that's a super, super, super malicious precedent we're setting if people are allowed to kind of maliciously cripple the ability for people to access critical goods and services to make a political statement. Like, I imagine next time someone decides to do that about an issue that you don't agree with, I don't think there's going to be the same level of sympathy for it. I didn't support it when you had protesters shutting down highways in D.C. to make their political statement. It was tragic hearing ambulances get diverted around those highways. Man, I don't know, guys. Max Smith, anybody here hold more than one undergraduate college degree? Like, you got 2 bachelor's degrees? That would seem to be very redundant. I'm curious. Brian's asking, how do I buy things if I can't leave my home? I don't know of any country in the world that has prohibited people from leaving their homes, or prohibited them from going to the grocery store, other than portions of Wuhan in China at the very beginning of the pandemic. It says, you mean like the Dems are doing by locking down the country is okay? I don't know that any politician in the United States of either political party has prevented people from going to the grocery store. I don't even I wouldn't approve of that regardless of who's doing it, Jeanette, but I certainly don't know of any politician of either party that has prohibited people from getting goods at the grocery store. That would be like a very, very quick pathway to kill an enormous number of people. What would you suggest the Australians do to regain their freedoms? I don't know. Um, I hope that anybody that tries to block the free flow of traffic in Australia or in any other country to make a political statement gets arrested. Quite frankly, like I think it's a despicable tactic. I mean, I don't believe that I have any right to deny, people the right to go to the grocery store, or the right to travel, or the right to anything like that, based on my own, political preferences. I really find that quite despicable tactic, and hope they don't do it, and hope if they do it that they get arrested for it. I mean, you cannot allow that precedent to percolate in any country in the world, quite frankly. Like that's a pathway to mass starvation, mass death. It's that's really bad. So to get their freedoms back, they can invent a time machine and go back to when following modern medical science instead of reflexive denial would have helped. Oh, man. If people protest by shutting down traffic, they should be prepared to go to jail. Yeah, I would say that's... what's your political preference? Freedom or tyranny? I'll indulge you, True Greenbeard. I think freedom is a tremendous achievement of the West over the last several hundred years. The levels of freedom that we experience today are relatively unprecedented in the history of the world and are great things. Well, man. Hard to believe some of the things going on in the world right now. Anyway, guys, I think we're going to call it a night here. So I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the likes and the subscribes on the stream. The likes obviously help us with YouTube. The subscribes help you guys know when we're on. Check the description for links to our Discord, which is our 24/7 chat platform, our Duck Fund, which is our PayPal link. If people want to help support the stream, I always appreciate that. Thanks to our mods, Jeanette, Quiet Castle. I'm not sure if Boo or Monica were on at all tonight, but thanks at least to Jeanette and Quiet Castle for their work here on behalf of the stream. Thank you guys for the chat, as always. And we'll keep monitoring things and be back tomorrow night. So this is Land That Ain't Just Speculation. And send us your memories about 9/11. If anybody has any particular 9/11 thoughts, please share them with me on the Discord. Would love to hear them. We're going to share some of that on Friday, I think, if we do some 9/11 coverage then. And yeah, would love to get some thoughts on that. Anyway, guys, really appreciate the conversation tonight. And for now, I hope you guys all have a good night, except I'm going to turn on some different background footage here. I'm going to leave the stream up for a little bit. But I got to put something on where I vetted the audio. I don't know what I talk about in some of these car trips. So we'll put on something else here for a little bit. All right. Thanks, guys. And I hope you all have a good night.
Club World cabin. Please take care that your personal electronic device does not get lost beneath your seat, and if it does, please do not move the seat and let one of us know. And the crew will shortly be coming through the cabin with landing cards for the United Kingdom. If the United Kingdom or Republic of Ireland is your final destination and you do not hold a European passport, then you will need to complete a landing card. If you are in direct transit to another international flight today, there is no need for you to complete one. If you're unsure whether you need to complete any documentation at all, then please ask one of the crew. And we will shortly be spraying at the cabin. This is to conform with the international health regulations. This is an essential precaution to prevent the spread of disease. The spray is not harmful to your health. However, if you think it may affect you, then please cover your mouth and nose. And if you're wearing contact lenses, we recommend you close your eyes whilst the spray is sprayed into the cabin for about 30 seconds afterwards. And it just remains for us all to wish you a very pleasant flight with us this evening. If you are anticipating getting any rest, then we do ask that you fasten your seatbelts over your blankets, and that way, should we encounter any turbulence, the crew will not have to disturb you during the night and disturb your rest. We hope you enjoy the flight with us. Thank you.
Sorry.
Tense.
It is, so we're good.
Take your clothes off first.
Yeah, Michelle!
Pull, 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 pull. Devlin! 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 Pull!
Where's Dana? Dan Forbes?
He's right behind you.
You can open that one with your
Yeah, we have that here.
I only just learned.
You didn't teach it. To be fair, you didn't.
So we're here at the Ellington Hotel in downtown Birmingham, Alabama. Boy, they know good living here in Birmingham. Welcome. It's a historic building. It's a nice hotel. A little bit excessively friendly people, I have found, but nice hotel. Not a real big hotel, looks like. Pretty compact floor plans. Anyway, this is a hotel, the Ellington Hotel. I don't have a ton of time, so I'll make this kind of quick. Pretty nice renovated hotel. If you come into the room, to the right is the bathroom, and I'll hit that last. If you come in straight into the room, you got kind of a pretty big foyer space. Finding the lights was very hard, by the way. Difficult things. You come into a very tall mirror. It has one of these mirrors where you can actually step back from it. Very nice. So that's a good thing. You got a closet here. Closet has pretty much everything you need out of a closet. Nothing particularly surprising. Looks like the hair dryer. You've got a laundry bag. You've got some extra towels. That's nice. Lots of extra towels, actually. A couple of extra pillows, iron, and then several clothing items. Pretty standard run-of-the-mill closet. Across from the closet, you have a little mini bar. Let's see, you got coffee, you have Keurig. Looks like you have three different kinds. You have 3 regulars and 1 decaf. That's a better ratio than many places. A couple of bottles of water. Unfortunately, they're $5 a piece, which seems a little much for Birmingham. I didn't think Birmingham was a real expensive place, but maybe it is. Fridge down here. Nothing in it. Seems clean. Pretty standard mini bar. You come into the room, and this is what you see. I slept in this bed, so that's why it's all mussed up. It was quite nice looking when I came in. I like the wallpaper here. They don't try to overdo it with the art or anything. They just it's kind of simple. It's modern. It fits the decor, which is renovated historic to be very modern. It's pretty chic and hip. On the left here, you got a little desk. That's left over from my room service. The chair seems, I don't know, I don't think I just sat in the chair. Oh, it's not on wheels. That's a little unpleasant. And you got this sort of odd love seat thing built into the wall. I can't imagine that would be that comfortable. Yeah, it's really not. It's doable, but it's not super comfortable. And this little marble table, which is kind of nice. It does fit nicely into this corner, and probably a way of making a small room seem a little bit bigger. So, smart design from that standpoint. This light thing here is kind of interesting me. Out the window, I can't really tell exactly what my view is here. It looks like a lot of surface parking and kind of the rest of downtown here. A lot going on. So there's that. The bed itself was very comfortable. I have no complaints about it. They give you plenty of pillows. It's white sheets, which is good. You can tell it's clean that way. They don't give you a writing pad in the room. They just give you a single sheet of paper there. They give you a couple outlets there. On each side of the bed, there are a couple outlets. Seems like there are plenty of outlets in the room generally, which is nice. The phone works. I don't know how to turn these lights. I guess I guess I do. It's not that complicated. You hit the switch. But the room's a little dark when you just hit the light on the way into the room. A couple more outlets. You got 6 outlets within reach of the bed. That's good enough for me. Interestingly, this hotel does not have a little hotel booklet. And instead, they give you what I guess is an iPad. And it has all the hotel features on it. Guest services, and then it has all these features here. All the stuff you normally find in the little booklet is on the iPad. So kind of the evolution of the times, I guess. I hope they wash the screen of that every day. A little piece of art here, kind of unremarkable. And then, that's pretty much the main room. Nice looking, not large, but certainly satisfactory. The TV was fine. It's a little bit, it's away from the bed, but it's big. So that worked. Had a pretty usable guide and all that kind of stuff. The floor here in the front part of the room is nice. The main room floor is just this kind of black with, I guess, some squiggles on it. Main room floor is, I guess it's marble. Seems nice. The shower's interesting. It's sort of at grade with the rest of the room. I have not showered in this room yet, so I will find out what that's like. They have gone cheap, like a lot of hotels do now. They don't give you the bottles. They give you just these things that are sort of built into the wall with your soap, shampoo, and conditioner. Something here is a little bit misaligned. Is it intentional? It looks like that's intentional. Odd. I don't know about that. How I feel about that. Looks like it's one of these showers. I don't know. Interesting to see if I'm able to turn on the shower head, which is like a rain shower head, without getting the rest of myself wet. It's one of my pet peeves about showers, when you can't do that. A little light here up in the ceiling, square, drain. I hope it doesn't make the whole bathroom a mess. I hope they thought through what they were doing here with that level thing. Wallpaper here in the shower area is a little weird. Something like that they could run into some issues with that. You get this kind of door thing here. Does that move? Because it moves around. It moves around. I guess you can lock the door, but it also, you kind of walk into it, shields. You can walk in, it sort of shields the sink area back here, but it closes. So then if you close it, I guess the bathroom just turns into a much bigger space. Some more art here, pretty innocuous art. Not really specific to Birmingham. Looks like we got quite a few hooks in the bathroom, which is nice. Toilet, standard. And sink. That's a square sink. I'm not usually a fan of the square sinks, but it seemed to work fine. And a couple of glasses. Those are clean. What's in here? Well, you got your standard cotton balls and Q-tips. Every hotel seems to need to have cotton balls and Q-tips. You've got tissues. Soap was really hard to unwrap. You get one extra toilet paper. Are there extra towels here in the bathroom, or is it just the towels? It looks like they keep all the extra. The reason the main closet was full of extra towels was that the bathroom only has the one. That's interesting. Mirror here in the bathroom has some interesting light up squiggly things. Fan, more lights. So that's pretty much it. Very sizable bathroom. So the bathroom is kind of sizable compared to the main room, which is not really that sizable. But I'm not complaining. This is actually a pretty nice hotel. I'd say from the standpoint of the room, other than not having free water, I would say the room is quite nice and well done, well designed. So I don't know. Would I give it on a scale of 5 stars? Probably like it's probably not a real 4-star hotel, but I'll give it 4 stars. I think it's satisfies all the things I need out of a hotel. All right. One last view of the room.
Can you give me your best Nelson Mandela impersonation? Can you do that?
I naturally found the thought
an ideal place for a man who lives a life of an outlaw. After that time, I have been converted to live indoors during the daytime and could only venture out under cover of darkness. But at Lilith, I could live different and work far more efficient. For obvious reasons, I had to disguise myself, and I assumed the fictitious
And the garage, this is where Hazel and Arthur were arrested when they're coming back from work. There's nothing. We have the same film as that other one in the auditorium. So
inside. What is it that you see that is different? Only that side. What is it that you pick up? Look at the picture right, and immediately to your left. What is the difference? Someone says one is rental, one is modern. Oh yes, you could say that. But also just look at the height of the building. Can you see? On to our right-hand side, which is the western side of the city, where it has been fused with mine. The land is not for the giraffe to carry. Tell us cultures and what we have already. To your right-hand side, we have the tallest building in the continent of Africa too. We will see a building that is the moon, let me see. If you can see it nicely from here, and your left-hand side, the building with the word continent in red. That is the tallest building in the continent of Africa. It is 50 stories. The Carlton Center was built in 1979. Around 360 million employees, business started restoration.
Tonight is just like fill the appendix and practice. That'll be a time to practice a little bit. Now I'm just gonna try around the It'll be fun to have
I'll keep you posted on what my because you said you're.
It reminds me of when I was in Columbia, to be honest, but definitely more organized.
Look at this hair.
Yeah. Columbia was a lot narrower street. This is clearly like built up recent modern times.
Recent enough, yeah.
You don't get streets this wide if you have a street that was established before cars were.
their little flower game now.
Okay.
This side and go on the other side. When you struggle with trees, you won't be able to see the opening. And that can still happen to each and every one of us. But now we make sure all these openings are fenced up, avoiding accidental. And that's about 40-45 meters long. So very from the top there, doesn't expose to the surface outside. And also the guys did the diving on the other side went about 100 meters deep, but still, we never touched the bottom. So till today, we don't know how deep is this lake.
So you kind of saying that it's true that we have kind of like sea water underground, like we have another sea.
It's a vertebrae there, and that's a rib cage. You can touch. And that means we used to have an opening right at the top there. So everything that will be lying next to the opening outside will easily wash through the natural opening by means of erosion. So what makes this waste to be so hard forms a rock. Dripping lime, carbon-rich water. So the lime will drip on top of this waste material. Instead of making stalagmite, it doesn't. But the lime will seep through all this waste and cemented everything together. It's so easy for the guys to know where to look for fossils.
I'm surviving.
Trying to just like fill the appendix and practice. And that'll be a time to practice with the onset prior and it's gonna be fun to have this.
I'll keep you posted on what my because you said you're
like leopards like on the rocks here.
Oh, really?
So, but often they fall away, so trying to have a look and see, because it's nice and cool now, so it should be coming out. You would think it would be out, right? The weather was nice today. It wasn't too hot.
Yeah, it was actually really pleasant.
Cold, it was good.
That is the meat. Hey, Dana, Sagalai. There's another meal here. Yes. Gena Ntwana. MVP. Hey, Matev. Hey, Matev. Oh. Matev, how she one Ntwana? I like that one is one. Oh! Sit down. No, not you, the lion. Well, let me come this side. Ow! Ow! Come here!
Oh, baby.
Yes. Where is the mother? Yes, that is the mother behind the truck. So once you grab the piece of meat.
Oh my God.
Yeah? Sometimes you can come this side where the baby is. Wow! You can see the mother. Oh. Go that side, where that's street. That is the baby.
Wandering on the floor.
That is the mother. That is the mother. Don't put the baby. That is a boy.
That's the
That boy, look, that boy is very, very aggressive. Very stubborn.
Oh, I got that in the video too. Yeah, that's that is adorable.
That is so cute.
I know.
Yes. Before we leave, we're gonna go and have a look. You can see, look at this. You see, the mother, she's fighting the baby. Just like I'm the one who's taking care. Because I'm the one who's taking care of you. But the baby just like, no, I don't care. You're my mother. That is the reason why we chop into pieces. Everybody gets a piece. Because some, they are very, very aggressive, dominant. So they're always fighting the younger ones. You can take, you're going to be the first one to take it. Yeah, that is the meat. Hey, Ghana, Bagalai. So they're fighting for that small piece. You can see what she's doing. She's cutting pieces every time inside of that piece. Because in Russian they just have to go with the stove, so they can go for a day to do the task and they cook.
I want to see him flop around. He's running around with his little paws. Oh, no.
And they leave small pieces. So they're fighting for that small piece. You can see what she's doing. She's cutting pieces every time inside of that piece. Because in Russian they just have to go with the stove, so they can go for a day to do the task and they cook.
I want to see him flop around. He's running around with his little paws. Oh, no.
And they leave small pieces. So they're fighting for that protecting animals. Rhinos, lions, those kind of stuff. So if, like, lion in safari, you keep your record. When we sell animals, when we swap with other animals, that's why we need record. Like I answered the gentleman when talking about that stomach. So we have to know how many liters that female produce. Because some they're just taking animals to be killed. Oh, let me find out that they're speeding or not. Oh. Come on here. The food is here, don't worry. Don't look surprised, my girl. Come on, yeah. Hey, Ben. That protecting animals, rhinos, lions, those kind of stuff. So if like
Pretty sure those two lines back here, like me and Derek over the SEC weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, where did you do that? Yeah, totally.
each other.
Club World cabin. Please take care that your personal electronic device does not get lost beneath your seat, and if it does, please do not move the seat and let one of us know. And the crew will shortly be coming through the cabin with landing cards for the United Kingdom. If the United Kingdom or Republic of Ireland is your final destination and you do not hold a European passport, then you will need to complete a landing card. If you are in direct transit to another international flight today, there is no need for you to complete one. If you're unsure whether you need to complete any documentation at all, then please ask one of the crew. And we will shortly be spraying the cabin. This is to conform with the international health regulations. This is an essential precaution to prevent the spread of disease. The spray is not harmful to your health. However, if you think it may affect you, then please cover your mouth and nose. And if you're wearing contact lenses, we recommend you close your eyes whilst the spray is sprayed into the cabin for about 30 seconds afterwards. And it just remains for us all to wish you a very pleasant flight with us this evening. If you are anticipating getting any rest, then we do ask that you fasten your seatbelts over your blankets, and that way, should we encounter any turbulence, the crew will not have to disturb you during the night and disturb your rest. We hope you enjoy the flight with us. Thank you.
Tense.
It is, so we're good. Take the clothes off first.
Yeah, Michelle!
Pull, 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 pull. Javelin! 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 Pull!
Where's Jane at? Jan Forbes?
He's right behind you. You can open that one with your
Yeah, we have that here.
I only just learned.
I know. You didn't teach it. To be fair, you didn't.
So we're here at the Ellington Hotel in downtown Birmingham, Alabama. Boy, they know good living here in Birmingham. Welcome. It's a historic building. It's a nice hotel. A little bit excessively friendly people, I have found, but nice hotel. Not a real big hotel, looks like. Pretty compact floor plans. Anyway, this is a hotel, the Ellington Hotel. I don't have a ton of time, so I'll make this kind of quick. Pretty nice renovated hotel. If you come into the room, to the right is the bathroom, and I'll hit that last. But if you come in straight into the room, you got kind of a pretty big foyer space. Finding the lights was very hard, by the way. One of difficult things. You come into a very tall mirror. It has one of these mirrors where you can actually step back from it. Very nice. So that's a good thing. You got a closet here. Closet has pretty much everything you need out of a closet. Nothing particularly surprising. Looks like the hair dryer. You've got a laundry bag. You've got some extra towels. That's nice. Lots of extra towels, actually. A couple of extra pillows, iron, and then several clothing items. Pretty standard run-of-the-mill closet. Across from the closet, you have a little mini bar. Let's see, you got coffee, you have Keurig. Looks like you have 3 different kinds. You get 3 regulars and 1 decaf. That's a better ratio than many places. A couple of bottles of water. Unfortunately, they're $5 a piece, which seems a little much for Birmingham. I didn't think Birmingham was a real expensive place, but maybe it is. Fridge down here. Nothing in it. It seems clean. Pretty standard mini bar. You come into the room, and this is what you see. I slept in this bed, so that's why it's all mussed up. It was quite nice looking when I came in. I like the wallpaper here. They don't try to overdo it with the art or anything. They just it's kind of simple. It's modern. It fits the decor, which is renovated historic to be very modern. It's pretty chic and hip. On the left here, you got a little desk. That's left over from my room service. The chair seems, I don't know, I don't think I just sat in the chair. Oh, it's not on wheels. That's a little unpleasant. And you got this sort of odd love seat thing built into the wall. I can't imagine that would be that comfortable. Yeah, it's really not. It's doable, but it's not super comfortable. And this little marble table, which is kind of nice. It does fit nicely into this corner, and probably a way of making a small room seem a little bit bigger. So, smart design from that standpoint. This light thing here is kind of interesting me. Out the window, I can't really tell exactly what my view is here. It looks like a lot of surface parking and kind of the rest of downtown here. A lot going on. So there's that. The bed itself was very comfortable. I have no complaints about it. They give you plenty of pillows. It's white sheets, which is good. You can tell it's clean that way. They don't give you a writing pad in the room. They just give you a single sheet of paper there. They give you a couple outlets there. On each side of the bed, there are a couple outlets. Seems like there are plenty of outlets in the room generally, which is nice. The phone works. I don't know how to turn these lights. I guess I do. It's not that complicated. You hit the switch. But the room's a little dark when you just hit the light on the way into the room. A couple more outlets. You got 6 outlets within reach of the bed. That's good enough for me. Interestingly, this hotel does not have a little hotel booklet. And instead, they give you what I guess is an iPad. It has all the hotel features on it. Guest services, and then it has all these features here. All the stuff you normally find in the little booklet is on the iPad. So kind of the evolution of the times, I guess. Hope they wash the screen of that every day. A little piece of art here, kind of unremarkable. And then, that's pretty much the main room. Nice looking, not large, but certainly satisfactory. The TV was fine. It's a little bit, it's away from the bed, but it's big. So that worked. Had a pretty usable guide and all that kind of stuff. Floor here in the front part of the room is nice. The main room floor is just this kind of black with, I guess, some squiggles on it. Main room floor is, I guess it's marble. Seems nice. The shower's interesting. It's sort of at grade with the rest of the room. I have not showered in this room yet, so I will find out what that's like. They have gone cheap, like a lot of hotels do now. They don't give you the bottles. They give you just these things that are sort of built into the wall with your soap, shampoo, and conditioner. Something here is a little bit misaligned. Is it intentional? It looks like that's intentional. Odd. I don't know about that. How do I feel about that? Looks like it's one of these showers. I don't know. Interesting to see if I'm able to turn on the shower head, which is a rain shower head, without getting the rest of myself wet. It's one of my pet peeves about showers, when you can't do that. A little light here up in the ceiling, square drain. I hope it doesn't make the whole bathroom a mess. I hope they thought through what they were doing here with the at level thing. Wallpaper here in the shower area is a little weird. Something like that they could run into some issues with that. You get this kind of door thing here. Does that move? Because it moves around. It moves around. I guess you can lock the door, but it also, when you kind of walk into it, shields. You can walk in, it sort of shields the sink area back here, but it closes. So then, if you close it, I guess the bathroom just turned into a much bigger space. Some more art here, pretty innocuous art. Not really specific to Birmingham. Looks like we got quite a few hooks in the bathroom, which is nice. Toilet, standard. And sink. That's a square sink. I'm not usually a fan of the square sinks, but it seemed to work fine. And a couple of glasses. Those are clean. What's in here? Well, you got your standard cotton balls and Q-tips. Every hotel seems to need to have cotton balls and Q-tips. Got tissues, soap, but they're really hard to unwrap. You get one extra toilet paper. Some extra towels here in the bathroom, or is it just the towels? It looks like they keep all the extra. The reason the main closet was full of extra towels was that the bathroom only has the one. That's interesting. Mirror here in the bathroom has some interesting light up squiggly things. Fan, more lights. So that's pretty much it. Very sizable bathroom. So the bathroom is kind of sizable compared to the main room, which is not really that sizable. But I'm not complaining. This is actually a pretty nice hotel. I'd say from the standpoint of the room, other than not having free water, I would say the room is quite nice and well done, well designed. So I don't know. Would I give it on a scale of 5 stars? Probably like it's probably not a real 4-star hotel, but I'll give it 4 stars. I think it's satisfies all the things I need out of a hotel. All right. One last view of the room.
Can you give me your best Nelson Mandela impersonation? Can you got that?
I naturally found the thought in a dear place for the men will live a life of an outlaw. After time, I have been converted to live indoors during the daytime and could only venture out under cover of darkness. But at Lily's live, I could live different and work far more efficient. For obvious reasons, I had to disguise myself, and I assumed the fictitious
And the garage, this is where Hazel and Arthur were arrested when they're coming back from work. There's nothing. We have the same film as that other one in the auditorium. So
inside. What is it that you see that is different? On either side. What is it that you pick up? Look at the picture, right? And immediate picture left. What is the difference? Someone said one is run-down, one is modern. Oh yes, people say that. But also just look at the height of the building. Did you see that? On to our right-hand side, which is the western side of the city, where it has been twisted mined. The land is not for the giraffe to carry. Tell us about what we have already. To the left-hand side, we have the tallest building in the continent of Africa, the main, let me see if you can see plastic from here and to your left-hand side. The building with the words cancer in red. That is the tallest building in the continent of Africa. It is 50 stories. The Cartoon Center was built in 1979. Around 360 million employees to construct this
He's gonna do that little farm again now.
Okay.
This side and go on the other side. When you struggle with trees, you won't be able to see the opening. And that can still happen to each and every one of us. But now we make sure all of these openings are fenced up, avoiding accidental falls. And that's about 40-45 meters long. So very from the top there, you want to never see that. Doesn't expose to the surface outside. And also the guys did the diving on the other side went about 100 meters deep, but still never touched the bottom. So till today, we don't know how deep is this lake.
So you come back saying that it's true that we have kind of like sea water underground. It's like we have another sea.
Antelope. It's a vertebrae there. And that's a rib cage. You can touch. And that means we used to have an opening right at the top there. So everything that will be lying next to the opening outside will easily wash through the natural opening by means of erosion. So what makes this waste to be so hard forms a rock. Dripping lime, carbon-rich water. So the lime will drip on top of this waste material. Instead of making stalagmite, it doesn't. But the lime will seep through all this waste and cemented everything together. It's so easy for the guys to know where to look for fossils.
I'm surviving.
Around 360 million employees is expected to
like leopards like on the rocks here.
Oh, really?
So, but often they throw away some. Trying to have a look and see because it's nice and cool now. So it should be.
And by now, you would think it would be out, right?
The weather was nice today. It wasn't too hot.
Yeah, it was actually really pleasant.
Cold, but it's good.
Club World cabin. Please take care that your personal electronic device does not get lost beneath your seat, and if it does, please do not move the seat and let one of us know. And the crew will shortly be coming through the cabin with landing cards for the United Kingdom. If the United Kingdom or Republic of Ireland is your final destination and you do not hold a European passport, then you will need to complete a landing card. If you are in direct transit to another international flight today, there is no need for you to complete one. If you're unsure whether you need to complete any documentation at all, then please ask one of the crew. And we will shortly be spraying the cabin. This is to conform with the international health regulations. This is an essential precaution to prevent the spread of disease. The spray is not harmful to your health. However, if you think it may affect you, then please cover your mouth and nose. And if you're wearing contact lenses, we recommend you close your eyes whilst the spray is sprayed into the cabin for about 30 seconds afterwards. And it just remains for us all to wish you a very pleasant flight with us this evening. If you are anticipating getting any rest, then we do ask that you fasten your seatbelts over your blankets, and that way, should we encounter any turbulence, the crew will not have to disturb you during the night and disturb your rest. We hope you enjoy the flight with us. Thank you.
Sorry.
Tense.